Mic on. Here we go. Picture. And should always should always turn on my webcam when I got everything else set up. But then there's always something. Like for instance, what the heck? You can't roll this thing partly because I'm too fat. Annoying. Uh, trying to keep it centered on me. Okay, sorry about the lateness, although I don't think anybody even is watching, but having a big pain in the neck. I was here before. I was here at 11 o'clock, but then I got caught up in stupid keyring crap, Linux keyring stuff. Whereas before, and I don't even know how I said it. Maybe it was all encrypted or something. I don't know. All I know is that before it just worked, and now for some reason, because of something that got updated, um, I had to redo everything, the keyring crap, and so now I have to uh, unlock the keyring every time I want to use Discord or Brave browser or some stupid crap. I'm sick of it, kind of stupid stuff. But I'm pretty annoyed this morning. You know, uh, with Windows, and I know they had user account stuff, but with Windows, typically I just set it once and kind of forget about it, and it would just automatically work. You know, remember back in MS-DOS days when you could just turn on your computer and you could just use it and you didn't have to worry about all this other crap. It's kind of like how I like to use my computer. I don't like messing with multiple passwords and junk. It's annoying to me. But so, and I don't know if this is going to sign me out tomorrow too. So I'll have to go extra early and make sure everything's working first before I even start on anything. So I had to re-sign into everywhere because for some reason messing with the keys, adding a default keyring or whatever. In fact, I had to do it twice. I had to do it for Brave as well, and I set it up to use default, use GNOME or something, and then it just worked yesterday. But this morning I was messing with Discord, and Discord wouldn't let me do anything until I did the keyring thing, and then I went back into Brave, and now I signed out of everything again. So I'd like to go back to the olden days. What I'd like to do. I'd like to have a single point of entry. If I have to have a password or something, let it be one password, and then that's it for everything else. You know, I don't know. I like running things that just work when you turn them on, and then allow you to just turn them off without doing anything special or weird or extra. Okay, so I'm late. I'm over an hour late now, and now I don't even have an hour and a half. I have an hour and 15 minutes until my break now. Ticks me off. Now I have to go back in here and figure out what the heck I'm supposed to be doing in here. What do we got here? One if you wish to use the mailbox. Two if you wish to use a spell or two. I'm still not happy with the way this is going down. I'm trying to add some extra choices in here so it's just not straight up linear, where it still goes into this linear fashion. And so I have two requirements. One is that I could just use the magic mailbox straight out, which means I don't put any extra rooms or anything in here. I do that elsewhere. Um, but the whole point of this is to make it interactive, so it's more like a game. Even though it's a choose your own adventure, the choose your own adventure part of it is just a setup for when I make it a fully interactive game. It's designed. I designed this phase system or blueprint, or I don't know uh, how you'd say it, but I designed it so that it would make it easier for me to make the game, so that I could grasp things. Um, like before, I had problems like visualizing, conceptualizing things, and I would kind of stop and like um, I could make seem to make the game, and then this kind of allowed me to do so. So basically, I'm having this limited on purpose so that I it's doable for me. Now, granted, it takes a lot longer, and it would take a lot longer if until I just did the full thing. I could have done a full point and click, everything I wanted to, and um, it might have been quicker. But this is to help me overcome some things that I don't know how to do. Like my drawing is not very good, so we're gonna start with like little thumbnails that'll be put uh, in like phase 5 or something, and then I can gradually add in stuff. Like I'd use those. I make these thumbnails. They would be in there, and then later on I would convert them into background sketches, and then eventually they'd be full backgrounds, whatever. So I'm trying to make it a little bit more interesting, choose your own adventure wise. This isn't even like a to choose your own adventure, because a real choose your own adventure will have multiple endings, maybe a couple of decent endings, and in some cases they'll have some loops, some loop backs and things. And um, I can do loop backs. I can actually physically. There's nothing actually stopping me from making these loop back on each other. But the way the visualizations go, with how many different pages there are in here, having them crisscross all over the place, it's just gonna be it's gonna end up looking like Swiss cheese or spaghetti or something. I don't mean code wise. I mean the layout. Like there'll be lines here and there and all over the place, and then you still won't be able to figure out what goes to what. So that's why I decided that I was going to make sure that uh, that's what I was going to make sure that I wasn't going to do any loops. I was just going to make extra pages, extra rooms if I needed to, um, just so it would flow linearly forward, it would flow forward basically, and no loop backs. I figured I could do the loop backs, the loop type of stuff when I actually end up making reusable rooms. Now, what it means in it's I don't know if it's phase 3 or phase 4 now, but one of the phases allows me to reuse rooms by having a initial description that it will show on it, every time the location comes up, and then it will have um, room specific details depending on where in the story you are in different choice sets. So it'll be almost the same as this. Technically it'd be like this. Like I have multiple rooms, except for the instead of being multiple files, it'll just be in one file. But this is later to facilitate the fact that it's a single location instead of being treated as several locations. So my first time when I do when I do the multiple choice sets and stuff, um, they'll essentially be still treated as separate locations, and then later on when I add two-way doors and that make the rooms literally go in this couple of directions. It just be the cardinal directions. It'll just be the four ways, and I'll have up and down. I think is how I'll do it, and So, anyways, this is all designed to make it kind of simpler, and then, but in so doing, I've also made it a little more complicated because I've got some narrative considerations, even though this isn't going to work like a real choose your own adventure game itself, because I'm not going to have multiple endings, and I'm not going to do loop backs just because of the design of the way I designed the system. So that's why I'm getting kind of annoyed on this stuff too. So basically what we have here is we have two different ways of doing things. For one thing, Hubert or Harold, I might switch back to Harold. I'm still thinking about it because I always still think of the name Harold. I should be thinking of the name Halfway, and I know Halfway is not really a name, but that was the. It's almost like it's sort of a nickname, even though it's not a nickname exactly, because he has half of his magic, literally 50% of his magic. Okay, so I solved the deal about him not using his magic, instead using this mailbox, right? He used the mailbox because, and the mailbox also serves as a plot device for the rest of the way. Well, it's not a plot device per se, but it's a thing for explaining how tourists get their tickets, how they get them normally. And they normally get them wherever they are, wherever they, um, wherever the center wants to send them, and so they do it through these magic mailboxes that they put the tickets in, and it appears where it needs to go, right, to whatever destination it needs to go to by magic. And so I thought that was pretty clever. But then when I'm reading this, I'm kind of going, well, I could just keep on going straight and straight and not doing any choices. So I'm kind of going, well, you're gonna be playing Hubert, you're gonna be playing John, you're gonna be playing all the different characters, and so I should really make an effort to try to expand the choice things. So instead of just using the magic mailbox, now there's an alternative you can do, which is the magic. And then the thing with the magic is, if I add this extra delete, it also serves as an introduction to Hubert's problem, which is he has only half of his magic, and so we kind of make that a thing. But then now to do that, there's a couple of things that I do. How do you um, why would the character why wouldn't the character just use the mailbox, because it's reliable and he doesn't have any problems with it, and it's simple. All he has to do is put the tickets in. They appear exactly where he wants them. I mean, he has to command it, but it goes it goes where he wants them to go. Versus using the spell, which is kind of dodgy at best, right? And at worst, it's it's disastrous. So um, I was thinking, okay, well, what's a good trade off? What's the good thing that would make what would make uh, Hubert decide that he wants to use a spell instead of the magic mailbox? How can he do that, and what makes him want to do that? And so the only thing that I could keep come up with in story is that it takes longer to get your mail through the magic mailbox. It takes a day to get your tickets, right? It's kind of like the regular mail, right? Email is instant. It's instant to where it's sent in minutes, and somebody else across the country or around the world can read it in minutes. And then it doesn't take that long to actually get over there, even if it's going halfway around the world. It might take hours. At most, it would take hours. It probably doesn't take hours. It probably takes seconds even to get halfway around the world. Okay, so email's instant, um, but there can be a lot of things, like your computer can be down, or the mail could get lost because it's just electronic. Not that it can't get lost with actual physical mail, but there's a reliable thing with the physical mechanism. You're actually literally taking a piece of paper or whatever, and you're transferring it from one place to another. The the good part is that it's reliable and um, it doesn't take a lot of energy. You might say it doesn't take any electricity. You know, obviously it take gas to transport it and stuff. So I'm not saying that it doesn't take some stuff to transport it. But if all the computers in the world went down, you could still send um, actual pieces of mail. And even if all the cars, like, there was no fuel anywhere, and none of the cars worked and stuff, you could still get it there by horse, you know, like the old Pony Express style. So there's this thing about snail mail being kind of old reliable, but also being super slow compared to, you know, digital, like email and stuff, right? So I was thinking, okay, the only thing that I can think that would be a drawback to using the mailbox would be the speed that it takes to get where it needs to go. So maybe it takes a day. I mean, it doesn't have to take a day. It's magic, so magic can be instant. It could be as instant as electronic, right? But so and we're talking about going across realms, which is sure you can have a magic where it's instantaneous across realms, across any space you want and stuff. But you might have a logic. You might say, well, my realm is in a different dimension than Enchanted Lands is, right? And so how long would it take to move something in between dimensions? I mean, how long would it really take if we were able to open interdimensional portals and be able to transport stuff via dimensions? Would it be quicker? Would it take longer? You know, a lot of people act like it would be quicker, right? Because you're going into a dimension and then you're popping out of your old dimension. Well, actually, it might actually take as long as it would take in your own dimension. You know, um, it's like you have roads above ground and you got roads underground. Now, let's say the roads underground they don't have lights because they're just a straight shot. Well, there's lights and stuff on the top, so driving topside could potentially slow you down, whereas driving underneath in the tube or in a you know underground, some sort of underground tunnel, um, it would be quicker doing that, but it wouldn't be any quicker time wise. In other words, if all the lights were green and you didn't have any traffic at all, but you're on the road above ground and underground would be about the same. So I'm going okay. So interdimensional. If I went into a separate dimension, and let's assume that I could physically walk in that other dimension, like there's ground and everything. It would still take me that distance. You know, it'd still take me 10 miles, or it'd still take me a mile to walk from point A to point B, whether I switch dimensions or not. So that's so and I'm not saying that that's actually this is science or this is even a scientific theory or anything like that. I'm simply saying that there is a kind of a logic where you kind of go, well, maybe this is too far. Like if you're teleporting items, well, you can teleport items halfway around the world. You know, you're going to use that primarily to transport things, right? Instantaneously. But so I'm kind of going, well, as a let's say plausibility. Let's not say even being logical or scientific or anything. Let's just say plausible. It's more plausible that you can only teleport a short distance away, right? Versus a longer distance and across dimensions, right? So I'm going, okay, so maybe it takes a day or two to get these six to you through the magic mailbox. Even though it's magic, uh, that doesn't mean it doesn't take a long time, right? So my logic here is if you're doing um, a spell would be more instant. Although, I mean, you could argue the magic mailbox, it all the magic is based off of this Quicksilver, and so it should all work the same. So honestly, Hubert's spells should work the same way too. Maybe it's too far to dip into a different realm, but you know. if that's the case, then Hubert's Magic should actually take as long as the Magic Mailbox. So then now we're right back where we started from. What incentive is there for a character not just to use the Magic Mailbox system, right? And what would convince the player to the choose the Magic system versus the mailbox? Because the Magic system, um, now, obviously, you could do both if Hubert's Magic was 100%. If it was 100%, and you could just do it, you could send the ticket, and it would be about the same. In other words, there wouldn't be any advantage of using one or the other within the story. And not everybody can do magic in Enchanted Lands, so the magic mailboxes are a way for people that don't really do magic to actually still be able to send things magically through the air, right? Or through the whatever. So so now it still begs the question. Okay, so even if we have a justification for the character to do that, um, is there a justification for the player to do that? Why would I want to? Why would I? What Why wouldn't I choose the mailbox rather than the magic spell? Now, if I'm playing a game and I like to see how things work, to see if I can break stuff or to see if I can change things around or whatever, I might just purposely use the spellcasting method just to see what it does. Right? That's a curiosity thing, but that's not and that can be an incentive, but that's a intrinsic motivation. That is, it's the person. Like me as a person, maybe that's what I do. Maybe I go and instead of playing games because I enjoy playing, uh, watching the narrative unfold or actually playing the game. Maybe I like to see if I can break the game, just to see how well that they do. Maybe that's the reason that that I'm playing in the first place. So so in that case, a person might choose the spellcasting way, which is fine. And they might choose a spellcasting way just because the mailbox sounds kind of mundane, right? And that's another thing you have to contend with. So I have this thing where I kind of want to make it more interactive for somebody, but at the same time, they might not care that it's interactive. In other words, um, they might go for the magic method or the spellcasting method because they're interested. They think it's funny or think it's interesting to go through it. Um, Somebody else you know, might choose the mailbox because it's more straightforward. This is the thing I was getting to also, and that is under normal circumstances, magic would be instant. So the magic mailbox and the dealie would be instant, and it wouldn't matter which one they chose because they both kind of do the same thing. Now, he has a problem. Well, he has only half of his magic. So, what motivation is there for the player to want to choose one or the other, right? In most cases, you probably want to choose the mailbox, unless, like I said, unless you're curious. The curiosity aspect is okay. I mean, I could see that for some people, but not for all people, right? So, you wouldn't necessarily want to go through all the rigmarole trying to solve a puzzle that I mean, there's not going to be much of a puzzle here, obviously, because of what it is. But there's still a little bit of an aspect to it that makes it interactive. So, why would I go that? Why would I do that? Right? So you have to have reasons both that the character wants to do it, and then the reasons that the player would want to do it. Right? So the character might have a reason, like I said, the mailbox might be slower than casting a spell, right? Um, but given Hubert's problem, he probably preferred the mailbox method himself, even if it takes a while to get to reach its destination. Why? Because his magic is unreliable. Okay, so then you have this thing. So first, would would the character want to do it? If I spent so long trying to think about how I could fix this situation where his magic isn't going to work very well, and so that's why he doesn't want to send a ticket through, via spell. So then I come up with the mailbox system, and it also answers the question of how do tourists get their Quicksilver tickets? Well, they send it through the mail like everybody else, right? I know it sounds like a kind of a mundane method, but at the same time, it solved like two purposes, right? One is as an explanation for how people get their tickets, and then another one as a way that Hebert can send his ticket without having to try to cast a spell. Okay, so if we go by the logic that um, Hebert um, wouldn't want to potentially jinx the fact that he wants help, he'd probably use the mailbox anyways. Even if he has the magic at his disposal. Okay, so there's no reason for him to use his own magic, and there's no reason for the player to use their own magic, or um, to not use the mailbox. So the only thing I could think of was the speed at which it happens. But now we have another interesting little problem with the player, and that is that the player might not want to go through a bunch of extra steps. Now, I know some people like playing adventure games, interactive fiction, and whatnot, so that they can play the puzzles because this is the aspect that they like. They enjoy the puzzle solving, so they might go for a difficult puzzle just because it's difficult and because that's what they like doing, right? Whereas somebody else might just want to get through and see the story unfold, and so they don't care how they get there, just as long as it does it, right? But I would be saying to myself, why would I go through the frustration of trying to solve trying to solve this puzzle that involved, something happening where I could just do something like quick and easy, right? So that's kind of the problem I'm facing here. That's why I kept looking at the AIs. In fact, I'm going to here, let's shrink that down. I can see the chat, which nobody chats hardly anymore, so I guess probably don't even need to do that. I could just put everything full screen. The rookie always comes in, or I always call him Rook because it's weird because he uses the rookie in IRC, and it's just weird for me to say the rookie. How are you doing, the rookie? It doesn't English doesn't work that ways, right? How are you doing, rookie? Or I like to say Rook as just a shortened form of rookie, and that's just because I'm lazy, I guess. But what was the reason I was saying that? I don't even know why I was saying that. Um, yeah. Anyways, he's the only guy that pretty much comes in almost every day. At whatever time he can do it, because he's in the UK, and so they're 5 hours ahead of me, and um, he might be at work, or it might be just before bedtime or whatever. But he's about the only one that comes in consistently. Occasionally, I get other people in there, but um, I don't get that many people live. At least not lately. Maybe it's just because I don't have that much interesting stuff. Maybe it's more interesting um, when I'm talking about my story. But okay, so I'm going to ChatGPT. The reason I'm doing ChatGPT, oh, I forgot, I have to log in. Why? Because of stupid key crap. So just give me a second. Dang it! I hate the stupid two-factor authentication crap too. I mean, you just want to use something. Can't I just use something without having to do a bunch of extra crap along with it? Honestly, and I probably should have. Here, let's do something here. Um, okay, let's delete, 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 delete. Okay, let me do something. I'm gonna have it recent. Okay. That's just because I'm been stupid. Uh, come on, where'd it go? Is it going to do it? Give me a moment. All right, just give me a second here. Just delete. Um, just give me a second. Where's the stupid thing at? Here. Here. Just give me a moment while I check something here. I need to do something else here. Uh, whoops. Let's delete this mail. Let's do something else. Where is it? Where is it? And interesting. All right. Uh, switch back to this up. The okay, so it has a two-factor authentication thing, and so I exposed it on the stream, and that's so weird. And I didn't mean to, so I had it redo the thing here. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Hopefully it's not gonna that's not gonna bite me in the butt here. And it might, but annoying. Okay. I have to send an email somewhere. I think. Discord. Oh, where's my mail? There we go. There's my mail. Wait. Oh, let's put that over here. Oh, it's not gone yet. Sorry, just give me a second here. Or I just want to email. Just a second. Uh, Hold on a second. Wasting time, aren't I? Uh, Hold on. I'll be back to normal here in a second, I think. Yeah, later. do. Oh, that's weird. Okay. All right, let's just assume everything's okay. And I wasn't being a total idiot when I logged in here. Um, and hopefully, I don't somehow lose my account or something because of something stupid. But okay, so we're gonna go to this. Okay, so I want to sort of start over, but I'm still using this conversation because um I don't want to have to re-explain everything to you. Please acknowledge. Just do the same thing I do with Grok. Please acknowledge. Just do that like that. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of goofy the way ChatGPT acts, huh? Okay. All right. Um. Okay. So starting fresh. I have. Okay. So you already know that Hubert sends the silver ticket. I'll put quick in here. It doesn't really matter, I guess, but this is to John via the magic mailbox. The mailbox was a way I could explain how they get the tickets to tourists after they paid an arm and a leg to vacation in enchanted lands. Before I didn't have any method that I had really thought about. So while I was trying to figure out how Hubert could get this ticket to John without using his own magic, I came up with the mailbox idea. Okay. Um, please acknowledge. Acknowledge. You like the magic as both a world-building tool and a plot device. Now the church ticket delivery canonically, it gives Hebrew to work around for his unreliable half magic. It seamlessly fits in the settings internal logic. Okay, good. That's exactly what I was getting at. Okay. So, but also strengthens the magical infrastructure of your world. Like, yes, of course, they have to enchanted parcel of liberty. Let's keep going. Um, but then I thought, well, uh, in order to make this more of a choose your own adventure game, I need to introduce interesting choices. Um, Keeping in mind that this game is done in phases and the CYOA phase 1, it's not a full, how do I say it? It's not an actual CYOA. Not sure if actual is the correct term, but basically a CYOA, a book or a game book would usually have several endings, maybe one or two good ones and the rest not so good or neutral. And in some cases they would have loops. Okay. Please acknowledge. It says acknowledged and acknowledged. It's only phase 1, not traditional. It's structured like player choice, but it doesn't have multiple endings, dead ends, or big failure loops. Instead, it funnels players through a central story, offering choices that create the illusion of freedom while guiding them toward key narrative moments. You're using choices for interactivity and engagement, not alternate endings. You're absolutely right to think of this as a choose your own inspired interactive narrative scaffold. Okay, that's actually not a bad description. Stepping stone to full point and click later. So now you're asking, ready to keep building. Okay, so then the question became, well, the only other way to get the ticket to John would be some other magic, and the only magic available is Hubert's himself, as he's the only character really introduced at this point. So I had to come up with a way that would allow him to send it via magic. However, now this presents a problem, which is narratively. Narratively, why wouldn't he use the enchanted parcel delivery system rather than his own faulty magic? And another similar and related problem, why wouldn't the player why would the player choose a potentially difficult or lengthy puzzle, keeping in mind there are no real puzzles in a CYOA? Instead of just the simpler mailbox route. Knowledge, please. Knowledge. Two excellent narrative design challenges here. Why would Hubert even try using a half-broken magic when he has a perfectly good enchanted parcel delivery system, the mailbox? Great question. Because if he knows his magic is unreliable, why wouldn't he just default to the reliable method? Okay. Player choice problem. Why would the player willingly choose more complex or harder options spellcasting if the mailbox is simple and effective? In a true puzzle game, challenge is incentive. But in the phase one choose your own adventure, choice needs to be appealing for both narrative and curiosity reasons, not difficulty. Right. So yes, those are both legit storytelling points you want to solve, ready to brainstorm solutions, or just narrative justifications. Um, we'll start with the the narrative justifications. Um, can you come up with any reasons to choose faulty magic versus reliable delivery system? Might opt for hilariously half-baked magic instead of reliable enchanted mailbox, despite the obvious risks. The reasons can be logical, emotional, comedic, or tied to world lore. Okay. This is going to give me some ideas, at least. I won't necessarily copy what it says exactly, but I will. Time pressure, procedural. The mailbox takes too long. It take hours, even worse, arrive tomorrow. Hubert panics and thinks time is of the essence, maybe due to misreading of a prophecy or thinks John is in immediate danger. Even if the mailbox is reliable, he doesn't trust delivery speed or assumes bureaucracy will slow down. Maybe. I never thought about it that ways. Um, but that would imply that there is some sort of bureaucracy that takes the mail from the mailbox and then sends it, you know, like a regular mail system would. It would still use magic to actually get to the destinations as the delivery system, but it's they still might have a, like a post office. You still have a post office, and you still have, the post office sorts the mail and puts it where it's supposed to go. Although you could do that magically, but in the story you could have it to where they have like a mail department. In fact, I think at one point on one of the pages or rooms or whatever, uh, or at least in one of the descriptions, I actually had a thing where these requests come through the magic mail system, and um, yeah, I don't know if I came up with a method of how you contact. I think the idea was that there was like travel agents, right? They represent, they're essentially the sellers, they're ticket sellers essentially. They go into different realms and put up a storefront, kind of like you would when you're buying tickets to a theme park, right? You can go up to the front desk of the theme park, but you can also go to one that sells tickets to different parks and different tourist things, right? Okay, so um, I could put a bureaucracy in something like that. In fact, it might be, well, if it had a bureaucracy, he wouldn't necessarily want to use the mailbox. If it's instant magic, um, then he would, but it still could still be the speed, right? It's yeah. So I didn't think about the time being of the essence because that's what he's trying to figure out what's going on. Why is everything closed down and why are there people acting weird and weirder than normal, I should say. And who is this guy that came in that basically just bought up the land, and why? How come the king just sold it to him without any questions asked? And so maybe he figures that he's got to do something quicker, and so um, and the thing is even in a full point and click adventure, I don't know if I want to make there be a penalty. How do I say it? Um, if it's okay, so it's a speed thing, right? And what's the actual advantage of getting him there quicker? You know, or maybe the magic mailbox system. Maybe it still is. Maybe it alerts because it uses a system they all use. Um, Maybe people that have magic or can use magic, maybe they can tell when something's being sent and where it's being sent to, right? Because there's this idea that somewhere in the administration castle is would be a room of some sort that keeps track of all the different realms that they're able to view all the realms and when somebody wants something and to be able to handle all of the like all the tickets and all the onboarding and offboarding and whatever um, welcoming guests and all that. So there'd probably be some sort of room administration that would have it. So maybe each mailbox is being tracked, right? So maybe in addition to it, maybe taking a little bit longer than a spell would, maybe uh, the onboarding process would alert somebody. Now, this is only narrative, so it wouldn't be in the game. In other words, you're not trying to do a stealth thing where you're not trying to alert somebody. It would have to work story wise, and it would have to. You probably need a save state system, which will be implemented later, but you probably would need it to in order to do this thing where they take a kind of an alternate path or have an alternate thing to do based on whether or not you were detected using the mailbox or not. But certainly in the story, there can be a thing where there's this pressure, and if he uses his own magic, then maybe that doesn't happen, right? Okay. Okay. So time pressure, I get it. Prideful wizard syndrome. Be only half wizard now, but I'm still twice the source of those enchanted postmen will ever be. Okay. Heber's ego gets in the way. He wants to prove he can still do magic on his own, especially fitting he's cranky, prideful, or in denial about how unreliable his powers have become. Yeah, I'm not really. Um, I wouldn't describe him as being cranky. Um, I don't think. I don't think he'd be cranky, but I mean, he could possibly. Mailbox malfunction. Maybe the enchanted mailbox temporarily fails, clogged with the vacation brochures, eaten the Benny Wonky wrapper. Question mark. He intended to use it, but resorts to spellcasting as Plan B. Of course, this wouldn't work for the player part of it because you're going to present the choices to the player. So you have to use both. You can't just say it temporarily fails, right? Let's try something bold. If the spell works, I might finally understand the magical drift. Secretly using this opportunity to test a new theory about his condition or the laws of magic could tie into his arc. He's not just trying to help, he's also trying to reclaim his identity. Comic curiosity. Let's see what happens if I cast this while standing on one foot, reciting the ingredients for lemon custard. It's just funny. Hubert may be eccentric and impulsive, and in the spell attempt, it becomes a whimsical detour that backfires spectacularly. Yeah, there's possibly a good deal for that. That would be a reason that he would do it. That narrative, right? Mailbox has rules. No ticket may be delivered to realms beyond the veil without proper vacation authorization. The mailbox has restrictions for non-tourist magical items, or can only send tickets to those who have already purchased them. Hebert has to bypass these rules using his own flawed means. Outside interference. Oh no, it's Max. If he sees me using the mailbox, he'll know I'm up to something. That's what I was saying in the first thing. There's a pressure. He needs to do things quick before it gets any worse, right? Hubert doesn't want to draw attention to his involvement, so he tries a quieter, sneakier method. Huh. Okay, so the first one would actually be pretty valid for the story. Uh, Things have taken a turn for the worse in Enchanted Lands. It's rumored that a previously banished Madman has re-entered kingdom. The king sold enchanted lands to Max. So that's strange, as he wouldn't have done anything without first consulting his best friend and chief advisor, Hubert. Max is a mysterious figure, which may be the one that was previously banished. So the idea that Hubert would want to contact someone on the outside and also need to do it quick before things got worse is probably a good motivation to do anything. So I could put that at least as one of, if not the only motivation to try to fast track everything. Knowledge, please. Okay. Clear, urgent, thematically rich. With enchanted land spiraling and possibly returned madman and Hubert being cut out of the role of decisions, his urgency makes perfect sense. Using faulty magic despite the risk of a desperate act of hope, the wizard throwing a half-baked spell into the wind before the kingdom falls apart. And narratively, it also gives weight to why John becomes important. It's not random. It's a last-ditch gamble to get help before it's too late. That's justification alone. Ready, totally sells it. Ready to work into your event structure. Okay, so we've got kind of a motivation here too, right? So the mailbox idea of it being slow is still an idea. Now, I still need to work on a little bit of the narrative, and it can't really affect the outcome too much. In fact, in other words, it's still got to contribute to the story outcome, but at the same time, it's not going to affect the gameplay because I can't save a state. I can't say, well, because he took this long to get help by using the mailbox, then this other thing happens because later on it won't know that the other thing happened. I just have to assume that everything and all things happened. In other words, if something like that happened there, it's also going to happen in the other side, but it can't happen on the other side because the because by the story, it's not happening the other side. In other words, the the spell casting is instant, but the mailbox is long. So I can't have the fact that it's too long implicate the rest of the story because they all leading to the same thing. Okay. Okay, so we still have the thing. Um, so that would be a reason he would want to choose one or the other. Um, that's a good reason to want to choose spell casting over the delivery system. However, I can't really work consequences of the mailbox, of the slowness of the mailbox. I can't really work consequences of the slowness of the mailbox into the narrative sense right now, I don't have any state saved state system in place. So that's where that problem lies. Any ideas? Great question. You're exactly right. Choose your own style system, no save state. You can't make the mailbox slowness have a long-term mechanical consequences like missing a deadline or arriving too late. But you can still apply consequences narratively to make the choice feel meaningful without needing branching states. Here's how you can do it. Give the mailbox path a sense of building suspense, like keyword size. The enchanted mailbox is reliable but slow. He paces and he waits, muttering about the sky turning darker than usual, and remembers the strange shadows near the castle gates. Time is slipping through his fingers. Even though actual outcome changes, players will feel the weight of the time of that time delay. Contrast the immediate actions. Let the world react differently in both routes. Spell route. The portal opens instantly. John is caught off guard, and the adventure begins immediately. Mailbox route. There's a beat of calm. John's normal day resumes, but Hebrew is increasingly anxious, possibly watching the skies or trying to divine if the ticket made it. This makes the player feel like they chose tone, not just method, urgency versus patience. Yeah, okay, so I guess I can see how that could work. So basically, like I was going to do in the already, I was going to show you John's day. Like he's going to be finishing up at work, and then he's going to go home. He's not going to get the ticket instantly. He's got a hold of the Unicorn Sign Language book. That's kind of a part of the thing. In fact, the Unicorn Sign Language book is still going to be hidden in both timelines. So basically, he's going to do the thing of trying to get a book off the shelf or whatever, and the magic's going to screw up, and it's going to swap them, and then as like a story beat, right? So, in fact, that this will also help set up the actually set up the fact that his magic is faulty, not just the choice to use, you know, how he gets the ticket to him, but also just the initial idea. So that will work as far as that goes. And then what I can do here is, it means I have to make the path longer though. I have to make the mailbox path longer. So basically, he sends it off, and then we cut to John, and John's doing stuff. Then we have to come back to Hubert, and we have to do this all um, before we hit the next story point, which is him going through the portal, right? Okay. So I was kind of already doing that sort of, but I wasn't thinking about switching back and forth. So, but it because it makes it longer. But I could do it's just essentially a change of location, I think, and it can be Hubert home, whatever the next Hubert home one is. There's gonna be plenty of Hubert home location things in there. So, anyways, drop a what if from Hubert. Should have tried to cast a spell. What if it's too late by the time it arrives? Or even if the mailbox doesn't work fast enough, I have no choice but go to the Royal Vault myself. This hints at things that could go south without actually changing the outcome and gives the players illusion of risk in a satisfying way. Later, pay off through dialogue. Hebert, someone else coming on the delay later in the story, sadly. Good thing the candy bar got there in time. Another hour and the castle would have been sealed. You're not changing any story beats, but it feels like a near miss and reinforces that choice mattered even just emotionally. Optional extra. What time is it? It's not 1:30 yet. Okay. Hubert's regret mini scene. In the mailbox scene, include a short cutaway showing Hubert getting visibly more anxious while waiting. Maybe he peeks his checks a scrying mirror and mutters, "Why didn't I just risk the spell?" This adds emotional contrast to more chaotic but quicker spellcasting route. Too long didn't read. Even without save states, you can use emotional tension, NPC reactions, tone contrast, narrative callbacks to make the mailbox delay feel real and risky without actually needing to branch anything. I will probably have to have it continually switch locations before he actually opens the portal. This also makes it maybe take longer to read through than the spell casting side. In a sense, now somebody that has never played it before, what won't really, how do I say it? They won't really know the results of their actions until they make the decision. So as far as a player goes, and we're not talking players here, we're still talking uh, the narrative. But from the player's viewpoint, they wouldn't know how long each took, right? Than the spellcasting. Well, may feel like it takes longer, but if you don't make the choice, you won't know. But you're right. Story-wise, Hubert can be pacing back and forth. We can switch to John, and back again a few times before he enters the portal. Likewise, the spell casting method is quicker, even though the results, even though it's a little more involved. So, please acknowledge loud and clear. You're absolutely right on track. Mailbox route. Slower in story, maybe a little longer to read. Switching between Hubert pacing and John going about his day builds tension. Sense of mystery feels delayed, even if mechanically it's the same number of clicks. Spellcasting route. Faster, more chaotic with magical mishaps, partial tickets, possibly a sudden portal opening, quicker pacing, but more complex events. This contrast gives player meaningful choice in tone and experience, even if both paths lead to the ultimate same result. But bravo. Okay. So, now that I've sussed this out, let's see something here. Definition of sus. And I'll say SUSS. SUS would mean suspicious or something. But let's see what happens, because I always think sussing it out was like a phrase, meaning investigating it and stuff. I think I could be wrong, totally, but to arrest for suspicious behavior, discover, infer, or figure out. There we go. To study, size up, or check out, examine. Okay. Suspicious behavior, the act of loitering with intent. Social. Okay. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Sus. I like using the word sus. Sus, 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 sus. Sus, sus, studio. Sus, sus, studio. Okay, now that I sussed this out, we can come up with why the player would want to. Although I don't think that's as much of an issue now. For instance, let's see. One reason is the player doesn't know what each choice will do, only whatever is implied before making the choice. If I say the mailbox is slow and reliable, and the spell casting is instant but chaotic, then there's probably a 50-50 chance of a player choosing one over the other. It just depends on their own preference. I might not take the slow way because it sounds slow, etc. Exactly right. That's a very healthy spot. You're working with implied consequences as player personality-driven decision, not branching toward good versus bad ending, which gives your game flavor and play it without punching that in. So here's a quick breakdown. I want to be smart and cautious. Let's go with a safe bet. Implied tone, calm, subtle appeal for players who enjoy setup, character building, or narrative world flavor, e.g., finding a word book, a growing mystery. Downside might sound boring to impatient players. Need some fun events to spice it up, but you've already got motion, book swap. Spellcasting fast and unstable. Chaos, bring it on. I'm curious what will go wrong. Implied tone, funny, magical, unpredictable. Subtle appeal to players who like seeing systems fail hilariously, enjoy creative problem solving, even if it's just watching it unfold, or want to explore human's character more deeply. Downside might scare off cautious players who don't want to risk messing things up, even if you know the outcomes are equal. You're setting up emergent personality reflection. You're not asking the player to outsmart a trick. You're saying, what do you want to be in this moment? The careful planner or the experimental risk taker? The storytelling. That's storytelling gold. Ooh, I'm making storytelling gold. And like you said, since players don't know the actual outcomes, they're choosing based on tone, tension, and curiosity, not min-maxing results. If you want to tilt the scales just a hair either way, you can add a small teaser line before the choice, like the mailbox method has never failed, but time is of the essence, or his magic is unpredictable, but it might be just fast enough to make a difference. Um, you don't need to do that. I just needed help in coming up with the right motivations for player and character alike. Honestly, though, might want to tip the scales in favor of the mailbox, since I almost think that most people would be, let's go, fast, chaotic, and unpredictable, rather than let's just go with the safe choice. So possibly need a little something that would push them more to the safe, reliable choice, just so it really does seem to balance out. Like if I could have the data to whatever choice everyone that played ultimately took, I would see about equal taking either choice. I believe I could only do that by somehow making the safe choice seem like the better choice. Acknowledge. And actually, it's pretty interesting. When I say acknowledge ChatGPT, it seems to. Oh, and okay. It seems to. Wait, where are we at? Okay, helps there. What's that? Uh, uh-oh. I've hit my free plan. That's okay, though. You know why it's okay? Because ChatGPT switches. X doesn't. Grok doesn't. Okay. That's a sharp instinct. You're absolutely right. Players tend to gravitate toward chaos when it's clearly labeled as fast and fun. So you want to balance the scales to avoid a 70-30 split in favor of YOLO magic time. you 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 need to massage the presentation of the mailbox option to feel more compelling without overstating it. Here's what you're already doing well and how to build on it. To subtly tip the scales toward the mailbox, language matter. Words like the reliable, discreet, or distrusting give emotional security, urgency, mitigation. Remind the player that this may be a safer bet in a dangerous world. Mystery hook. Add something small that only happens if you go this route, like John entering the USL book or the Beniwaki bar scene. Narrative benefit. Maybe here muses the mailbox delivery is official and respects the old enchantment laws, adding weight and legitimacy. Possible phrasing examples to reframe. Huber considers magic mailbox the safest way to send a ticket, sealed, sanctioned, and immediate magical interception, or so the old wizard postmasters say. Time is short, but sloppy magic could blow everything. He relies the old enchanted mailbox. It's not flashy, but it's never let him down. It might take a bit longer, but at least the boy will get a fully intact ticket, maybe a little something extra. Maybe. Even just a little reverence and legacy to the system could make the players go, maybe that slow, steady way is a smart move. And when ideas, um, um, yes, however, we can do that, after my break, about 30 minutes. Thanks. All right. So I'm going to go on my break now, to anybody that's listening. And I'll see you back in 30 minutes or up thereabouts. Click over. Yes, I clicked over. Okay. Let me cut the mic too. And I'll turn the mic back on when I get back, if I remember. Okay, I'm back. Let me switch to just for a second. All right, where were we? Okay, so I don't know if anybody's watching or probably not, but here, hey guys. Okay, I say go ahead and say back. That work? That works. Um, okay, so back to this. Let's continue. It was talking about the narrative perks. Okay, so even though I haven't actually done something like physically, like I've actually changed something, I did. I am making some progress today, which is pretty good. Also because I've had a more decent night's sleep last night. Um, so so basically, what I came to the conclusion of is, uh, I can do this thing where on the mailbox route, I can emphasize that it's slower but more reliable. And when we take it, then we'll have a deal where we switch between Hubert and John, while John kind of goes through his day, and while Hubert is essentially just waiting for the mail to go through. And then on the magic side, would be uh, would be this kind of semi-involved thing where Hubert sends stuff through, and John has to access it. And so, as far as game time goes, uh, the mailbox is going to take about a day for everything to go through, and the other is going to be instant, even though they might still have the same amount of rooms or more or less rooms than each other, but in the game, in the narrative. So okay, let's continue. Let's see what happens. Few ideas, subtle incentives, extra world building charm. Hubert might place the ticket inside John's favorite candy bar wrapper, and we get a whimsical scene showing how the mailbox works. Uh, Play something memorable and fun for just choosing that path, unique dialogue, or optional scene. Choosing the mailbox gives you access to a small scene where Hubert reflects briefly on how things used to be, adding some emotional weight and clue about a deeper story. In the old days, the mail flew faster than any spell, and didn't misfire quite so spectacularly. A hint of foreshadowing. Accidental glimpse into enchanted parcel records, which might foreshadow something weird about Max or the ticket routing. Bonus mystery points. Yeah, I have to actually work that into the system. That's possible. Um, it, if I did something like that, I might have to work a more of the story in. I have to go back to each of the rooms and figure out which ones were affected by you know the enchanted mail basically. Um, so that could do something like that. Mailbox route gets a brief cutaway to the magical postal system. Using a pile of letters, one eye popping open as the ticket rolls in. Oh no, not another priority enchanted. That's a thought. Well, I always figured it was magic that did it, but maybe a dragon or whatever. Risk or doubts about the fast path make the kinetic choice more curious but slightly unnerving. Doing great setting this up. Spellcasting route sends fun and kinetic. Make sure it's not obviously cooler unless it comes with more risk. Halfway, Hebert grits his teeth. I've only tried this spell 3 times. Once it teleported a chicken into my sock drawer. Yeah, I gotta refrain from a lot of the jokes that this comes up with is actually pretty good, honestly. I could put them in here, but the only thing is I'm not doing any of that just yet. I'm doing the events, the things that happen, and then when I go do a narrative uh, once over, things will be put in kind of a story form and less, you know, event happening, you know, first person kind of thing. It'll be more like you're reading a book kind of thing. Maybe what I should do is I should do after I get this done, then I should do a narrative pass, which I'm going to do anyways, but do a narrative pass and then afterwards do kind of a humor pass over it, where I insert jokes and insert kind of fun things and whimsical kind of deals into it, kind of after the fact. That might be a good idea. Um, Most players wouldn't think too hard before clicking, but they do love a hint that something might go wrong if they're reckless. They feeling they're discovering something cool when they pick the boring route. A laugh, a wink, or a little reward. Um, I don't need help in those areas. Just solving these major questions. Just resolving these major questions before I continue. Right. He might choose magic over the mailbox. Urges you to do turmoil and Shadowlands, possibly involving Max, the Banished figure. Hebert's concerned that the normal postal system might already be compromised. Yeah. Uh, yeah. The player might choose one or the other. They're told up front, mailbox reliable but slow, magic quick but predictable, unpredictable. Personality-based decisions good. Current problem you're solving. The mailbox route might not seem as exciting or satisfying compared to the chaotic magic route. But we want a balanced appeal without real consequences or a save system. You're not looking for scene writing yet, just concept validation and logical alignment. Here's a summary of remaining major questions to resolve based on our combo. Correct me if I'm off. How do we hint at Hubert's magical problems in the mailbox route if the ticket is sent successfully? Hubert briefly tries to summon a book off the shelf, but it glitches and swaps the USL book from the other realm before he defaults to using the mailbox. Introduce a magical failure without interfering with ticket delivery. So actually, that I'm actually gonna put in both. Um, you might say put in both of them, or you might say they'll just be one thing beforehand. So, um, in fact, if I do it before the actual choice between the mailbox and the spell, um, it might put a little bit more weight toward the fact that the spell casting can go wrong. That'll work. That'll probably be all right. How do we introduce the spellcasting route? So during a book appears or swaps places as part of a magical misfire, he accidentally swaps Beauty and the Beast with the Unicorn Sign Language for beginners. This book ends up in John's house or a bag as a leftover magical fluke. Yeah, well, it'll end up in the library John works at. How to justify why the mailbox route feels slower and yet doesn't lead to player punishment. The slowness is felt in pacing. We cut between Hebert and John a few times, showing events play out more gradually. Narratively, we imply time has passed. The player never sees both paths on the first playthrough, so they don't compare. Do either choice require the USL book to continue the unresolved, but you said no save system. You can't enforce remembering or using it later unless you branch the story completely. You'll probably treat the USL book as soft memory, where John later says, wait, I remember seeing this book about this. Want to confirm, are these core issues? Um, of course. But we get a lot of time today on a few things. But I'm getting drilling down to the core of the narrative choices in the game. Okay. Yes, actually, in our reset, I didn't mention the book, but um, I'm figuring on uh, the book swap, the magical mist swap. Uh, to happen before the choice to use the mailbox or the ticket or the spellcast. Um, this way, you get both a setup for Hubert's magic for the problem with Hubert's magic, and also the uh, also the uh, the introduction of the book. This sort of solves the problem of having it interfere with the choices. When you choose the mailbox, John is going to take the book home with him, although he does not take it with him into the portal. When you choose the mailbox, John is okay. When you choose the spell casting route, of course, the magic has problems. But this way, I both foreshadowed and utilized both paths. Okay. Actually, ChatGPT is really helpful to bounce ideas off of. What are you guys doing? That's a clean, elegant solution and ties everything together without needing branching timelines or memory tracking. Here's the final structure based on your update. Shared setup before the choice. Here tries a simple spell, and a magical glitch happens. During the glitch, a book swap occurs. Beauty and the Beast vanishes, and the unicorn's language for beginners appears. This encompasses introducing Hubert's faulty magic before the decision point, foreshadowing the USL book, which will be relevant later. No impact on player choice yet. It's flavor setup, not consequence. Mailbox route, slow but safe. Hubert now cautious due to his glitchy magic. He's an enchanted mailbox. Meanwhile, John sees a strange USL book at the library, doesn't know where it belongs, takes it home. Finishes a mundane workday, chats with a familiar shop clerk on his way home. Optional dialogue about the weird book. Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I was going to do. Actually, the chatting with the shop clerk was going to be in the spellcasting side because that's right, huh? Take it spellcasting route, fast but chaotic. He would driven by urgency and paranoia risk using his magic despite the earlier glitch. Device teleportation or clone conjuring. Each attempt gets weirder. Half a ticket, full ticket, submit one, but open the portal to someone's root cellar. I don't think that's what I put in there, but that's okay. Eventually, working tickets arrive and can rapid to match the other route. The book swap is explained as part of the magical chaos. Maybe it ends at cost on John's kitchen table or under his bed. He was established before the fork. No path misses out. ESL book is introduced in both paths, just through different means. Player choice remains tone and pacing, not about right and wrong. Choose your own adventure phase retains like consequences, but feels rich in character and story. The scene involving the cashier was intended for the spell casting route because I had no way of informing the player of the book. However, I don't need to do that if I put that book swapping scene. I don't need to do that, but put the book swapping scene before the choice. In fact, it works a bit better because the book appears briefly and disappears. You don't see where the books go. They just appear, change from one to the other, and then disappear. So basically, you don't really see where it goes until you encounter them later. Okay? So, let's see. Neat. I've been having problems with the keyring stuff for Linux. Some update triggered it to ask for a new default keyring or something. Getting quite annoyed that it signed me out of every website, and it pops up in various Okay, anyways, so basically you don't really see where it goes until you count them later. It works a bit better. And disappears. Disappear, change from one to the other, and then disappear. In fact, it works better briefly and disappears. And then if you choose the mailbox route, you'll end up seeing I just thought of something too. I'll just go ahead and tell you if you're watching the stream. Actually, I'll tell it too, but so if that just occurred to me, I was saying I don't need to put in the cashier scene because it's already foreshadowed. But if you see it briefly, you're not going to know anything about it. So if you do the spellcasting scene, you're not going to know about, you know, I was going to have a offhand comment later saying something like, I saw a book like this once. It was called something like Unicorn Sign Language. It was weird. I didn't know why it appeared in my library or something. Um, and actually, he could say in my library, and that would actually cover that up. So then I don't need it again. Anyways, but the idea is that the idea is that he needs to have read it to be able to communicate to Sir William. So he's going to have to read it at some capacity. It's just how I present it, right? Depending on the choice. Chismet, you'll end up seeing what the book is all about and where it ended up in John's realm at his own library. But the spell cast route to copy this whole stupid conversation, I think. You'll end up seeing what the book is all about and where it ended up in John's realm in his own library. But the spellcast route, you'll not recall until you attempt to communicate with Sir William later. And I just thought of something else that I can still put the cashier scene in spellcast route because John should have read the book, and so he can make a comment about. Now my microphone's going, right? Good. I'm actually seeing here. I'll show it to you briefly here. I'm actually seeing here the desktop audio going. That's because that's from YouTube. YouTube is playing audio right now of my audio from my stream. So it's kind of funny, but it's not on, so you shouldn't hear it through. I mean, you'll hear it. You won't hear it through the streaming. In other words, it's not going to double do it. Double play it. Still put in the cashier spellcast route because John should have read the book, so you can make a comment about knowing a bit about USL. Yes, beefy layer. Now you're not using the book swap as a clever mystery teaser and a branching payoff. Here's a breakdown confirming everything you just described. Locked in like a magical vault with unicorn sigils. How do you pronounce that? Sigils? Sign? Well, anyways. Book swap, pre-choice event. Hubert tries to pull a book from the shelf, mid-glitch. Book flickers in and out, being the beast, you in sign language, poof. Player has no idea what it means yet. Just wait. What was that moment? This happens before the mailbox spellcast choice. Perfect shared foreshadowing. Mailbox route. Player chooses the safe, slow route. Meanwhile, we cut to John working at the library. He finds the USL book of the fairy tale section, confused but intrigued. Takes it home, flips through it. Later, a candy bar ticket portal. Outcome player knows about USL, just hasn't used it yet. Spellcast route. Player chooses chaos and speed. Hubert struggles. Ticket eventually makes it. We still visit John. He chats with the cashier. He's something like, I saw the weirdest book the other day, Unicorn Sign Language. Pretty sure it had diagrams. Who comes up with this stuff? Outcome player doesn't see the book again visually, but gets that it's been read. Later on, Sir William sees mailbox route. John says, wait, I think I saw that book. Spellcast route. John says, hey, I remember reading about this. Well, they're going to be the same thing because eventually they go back. It goes back into the same deal, so it kind of spreads out like this, and then it comes back into the deal. You ever seen The Rock? I've explained this before a couple of times. I call it the string of pearls configuration after the rock, not after the actual. Like, okay, so in the rock, right? They have this bioweapon that's stored inside the missiles, and the way it's stored in the missiles is these little balls filled with this biological goo or whatever it is, um, and they're connected by these thin, I don't know, wires or fuses or rope or twine or something, and so they're connected to each other so that if one breaks, a lot of them will break because it'll be like a chain reaction thing because they're right next to each other, and so when it blows up, it kind of like that, and so um, what's his name? Nicolas Cage's character. Um, I don't remember their names even in it. I haven't seen that in a while, so could watch it again sometime. The Rock. Anyways, Nicolas Cage's character calls it the good old string of the old string of pearls configuration, meaning it's set up like a string of pearls, right? And so when I think I was reading about how they wrote like King's Quest 6 or something, and I think it's like Roberta Williams and Jane Jensen. Jane Jensen did that later on, did the Gabriel Knight series, and she's done her own stuff, I guess. But they were kind of describing kind of a method where they had this bubble of the interactivity bubble kind of thing, and then it would lead to the next narrative point, and so then you have this other narrative bubble where you have the different choices. So you play it within the thing, and it's basically the same kind of setup as this. So it's still the string of pearls configuration, so to speak, which means you follow a linear path through the story, but within each linking the story beats, the story points, you have all your interactivity in between. So they all end up going back to the same story point in a linear fashion, but within the middle, with trying to get to the story points, you have different puzzles and different areas that you go to, and it kind of branches off, but then it all comes back to the one central point. And I think that's kind of a good way to do it because that way, and I'm sure other games did this. In fact, was it Monkey Island 2? I didn't play Monkey Island 2 until like way later, right? In fact, I'm not sure. My friend Eric he loaned out some games to me and another friend in high school. I thought one of them might have been Monkey Island 2, but I don't think I played. I think he loaned that to another friend. I think because I don't think I played Monkey Island 2 till like way later until I got this collection of like a bunch of different LucasArts games, and one of them was um, Monkey Island 2, which I never played. But you have that whatever Tri Island area part, and within it, of course, you can go to any different island that you want to, and work on the different puzzles there. But then at some point, you come to the story point. So once all the puzzles are done for that area, then it goes on to the next area. So they've been doing that for a long time. If you ever analyze a Simpsons episode, they have this kind of unique method that they do, which makes a half-hour episode kind of feel longer. So they'll have a part. Now it's usually either 2 or 3 parts. It kind of depends on how the time goes. But one part will be a certain part of the story, and then it will lead to another part of the story. But then the other part of the story has nothing to do with the first part, other than whatever this little link was. So they might be at home and then they do some stuff at home that leads them to go to school, and then it's completely in school and it has nothing to do with what happened at home other than them going to school. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically it's kind of the same idea. The idea is you do completely separate locations to make it feel like it's more expansive or the story is longer or more involved than it actually is, right? It's perfect for like a half hour episode of something. And that makes you feel like you watched like a full movie in 30 minutes, even though you only watched 30 minutes, right? Or 25 minutes or whatever it was with commercials. If you ever watch some episodes of The Simpsons, just uh, keep that in mind when you're watching the episode. You'll kind of see what I mean. Um, it's almost like they have like separate plots, like they're separate like short cartoons, but they that are kind of tangentially linked. So it goes from one and then it goes to the other, and not 100%, and not all of them do it, but a majority of them do that. So it feels like you've gone a great distance and stuff. I always figured if I was gonna write a story or movie or something, I would do it that way, because even with a shorter amount of time, it feels like it gives you the satisfaction of being expansive, right? So that's kind of what you do here with the um with the uh with the game here is story beat, and then you have a bunch of stuff in there, and then it goes back to the one, and then now you're in the holding another part. I have no clue actually. I might have set it up with a blank password originally, so that it didn't um, ask me to create a new default keyring. So, so now I just went ahead and put in a pass that's going to pass, but now I have to unlock Brave browser and Discord and who knows what other apps. Okay, anyways, let's go back to this. Mm. Serve the plot, reveal, yeah. Right. And mailbox route. Yeah. And so that actually just solved a few things. I wonder, I don't know if I can. I mean, it's not very hard to actually. Let's see something here. Let's go that. Here, Big John finds out he works at the library with his mom. Eventually goes and buys a favorite candy bar. One bar and figures to send him to be the candy. Three hats various. There's also a large box, which almost looks like a safe little door on the front. Okay, property of halfway Hebert. All right. You know what I can do? Um, I can actually split this into two. In fact, it's got a lot of events on this room, so I could actually add another deal in another room in here. Hmm. Let me think for a quick second. And I could put the scene in this one. In fact, it doesn't need to be like a separate choice, I don't think. Um, let's see. Do I need to do I link single deals to each other? I probably already do that. This goes to this, this goes to this, this goes to that directly. only these two at the top. These actual three just go one to another. So I guess I could have one in here that does that same thing. It just goes straight down. Okay. Um, let's just go ahead and do it here. I'm gonna go ahead and I have to go back up here because this is where the new one's gonna appear. In fact, I'll fix it eventually, but I'll have to do a thing where um it adds it in the location of the viewport somehow. Plus, okay. See, I have to move it down, and it should be a way to. Okay, so let's do something here. Pull this down like this, and this down like that. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to copy like this. We're going to copy all the text. Copy. Try not to sneeze. Got bad allergies today for some reason. Um, anyways, let's go here. Paste. Okay, that's fine. And then we're going to back here. And we are going to copy door specs. Copy. Paste. Sure. Okay, we're going to go back up here. And we're going to go here. Copy. And we're going to go ahead and paste. Enter like that. Okay. Then we're going to go back here. And instead of, and we're going to call this, okay, we're going to have to call this something here, but let's go ahead and call this, what is this, 8 and 9? This be 10? This should be 7. That should be 9 and 10, so. Okay, let's do the thing here. Before we save it, we're gonna switch this to 10. That. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and switch this to we're going to make this 9. That. And this is actually going to go to 9 and 10. So it's going to go to 9. And this one's going to go to 10. 10. Enter. Okay. That's okay. It's like disconnected these a little bit. I'll have to redo them when I. So that's 9, 10. 9 and 10. We're gonna go back here, copy, and we're gonna go into here. Paste. that's not going to be 10, no, it's going to be 8. So, okay. And this one, we are going to go ahead and, oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done it that way. Stuck on it. I don't know how far back I can undo it. Because if I'm going to do this, I should save it each time. Okay, let's see how much I can undo here. Okay. Actually, you know what? Reload save scene. Alright. Okay, so let me just start this over. Let's go ahead and rename this. We're gonna rename this 10. Like so. And I'm going to go ahead and go here. Door specs. Instead of 9, that's going to be 10, like so. Okay. And we're going to save room data. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to rename this 9. There. And then we're going to go to here. And instead of being 8, we're going to name this 9. This is 9 and 10. Right? And then we're just going to save. And we're going to save room data. Okay. Reload save scene. I don't know why it kind of screws up there. That's something I'm going to change a little bit later. At 10 minutes. Okay, now what I can do is I can add a new deal here. Plus, we're going to call this, I should be able to paste from the last time. 10, but we're not going to call it 10. We're going to call it 8. So, and we're going to put 8 down in here. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and move this down here and move this down here. And we're going to do two things. One is 9 and 10. We are going to select this, and we're going to select door specs, Control C, go and hit here, door specs, Control V, enter, Control V. It's going to be 10, and this choice is going to be 2. Enter, Control S. I'm going to go ahead and save room data, which is okay. And here, this is going to go to 8. So we're going to say this, say 8, and we're going to delete this. Sure. I always make sure I save the editor map because it has its own deals. It actually saves the scene file just to keep everything like it's supposed to be. Now, if I hit save room data, what should happen? Well, it should still mess up a little bit, but after I reload it, after that, it should go from 7 to 8, and then this should go there properly. So, and it does. In fact, it actually does pretty well. It's going pretty good. That. Just do that. All right. I mean, I don't need to be too hot about it. Okay. Is good. Now, we're going to go ahead and go back here, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to select all, copy, go in here, we're gonna paste, and control save, and we're going to save data. Okay. Now, if I'm right, let's go to a new tab. Let's go to rooms. 8, 9, and 10, see? Okay. Now, of course, these are two of the same thing, right? Oh, two of the same thing. But what we're going to do here is, here I'm going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to take this part off here. Hit one. Uh, uh, hit one to prepare, hit one to get ready for. To prepare to send a Quicksilver ticket to John. Okay. S. Save room data. I just always do both. It's not really strictly necessary. When you hit save, it doesn't save any of this text. When I hit the save button, it saves the JSON text. This is to keep parity with where everything's sitting. So if I want to make sure the positions are the correct positions, that's how I do it. Okay. Hebert picks John, finds out he works in the library with his mom. Every day goes and buys his favorite candy bar at Wonky Bar and figures to send the ticket via the candy bar. Um, let's see. 3:26. It's almost time for me to go. And I didn't get a chance to actually do anything on the script code. Um, you know what? I'll leave that till later. I'll have to finish that later. But so I need to do one thing. I need to do one script thing if I can figure out what how to do it, right? Um, well, F's assign inbound rooms. What's this? On the remove room button pressed. Okay. Shows this one on save button pressed. Okay. What's the next one? Load all rooms. Okay. A little bit of data for room. Add room editor to map. Assign inbound rooms. Okay. Rebuild rooms dictionary. Let's go over there first. on save button. Oh, interesting. Let's do something here. Let's go there. This is the actual function, and here maybe let's go ahead and actually update everything in here. And that's in the save button pressed. We'll see if that fixes a few things later. Okay, so now I guess I should check and see anywhere else there's a door, anything to do with doors. So let's find door. Okay, let's do something else. Clear inbound rooms. Rebuild inbound rooms. In range inbound. If for I in range of destination room inbound room size. Let's find that. Where is it called? Oh, let's do something here. Yep. Rebuild. Okay, clear inbound rooms. Rebuild inbound rooms. Reorder inbound rooms. Restart doors. Okay. Let's go ahead and set control OK. We're not erroring that I know of. Here, let's go ahead and reload save scene. But 2D, everything should look good here. Um, let's see something here. Just going to save room data. OS. Save room data. That's fine. It doesn't stop this from crossing though, which is interesting. Because it's just reordering the inbound room. It's not reordering the outbound. This should That's interesting. How come... It's kind of interesting that you can still cross things around. But whatever. Alright. almost can be this almost the same here. Okay, that's okay. I don't need. All right, let's just save it. Save room data. Everything looks good. Reload. Save scene. All right, everything still looks good, and everything seems to be working. Let's see if I can go ahead and do GitHub Desktop, but because the weird stuff with the keyring stuff again, it created a blank. Okay, this seems to be okay. I can probably commit. We'll see if it messed anything else up here. Editor map. Okay. Okay, so I didn't. Let's see. Updated. Added another room. Commented out old code that had to do the doors. We'll just do that. We'll commit it, which should be fine. Let's see if we can push origin though. That looks good. Okay, everything's good. And then let's go ahead and back into the script. And I guess I didn't. I guess I don't get any more done with in the script file here either. So let's just go ahead and do this. So we can. Hey, Rook. Yeah. I'm on. It's right now. I'm right at the end here, so I'll be quitting here in just a second. Which version of Redot am I using? I am using 4. Well, let's see here. Let's make sure I'm the actual one that I'm using here. Version 4.3 stable. That official. I don't know if that 4.3 stable. So I don't know. I don't know if they've like updated it or anything either. So here, let's do something real quick. Um, right there. Redot.engine.org. Okay. And what do we got? I don't need to get anything, but what would this be? Stable version. It's just stable version of the latest version, I think. Um, yeah, 4.3. I mean, I don't think they. Well, yeah, I guess they got this couple of deals. Like they got that new Rex thing that they're doing, and um, yeah, a couple of different deals. I guess probably best to stick with the way it's working for right now. Yeah, yeah. Um, okay, so let me go back here. Okay, yeah, it's 4.3 stable, anyways. Um, let's just delete that. And well, glad for your support. You seem to be the only one that pops in here. Occasionally, I'll get somebody else will pop in, but and I do get some views on YouTube. Occasionally on Rumble too. I do have a I did create a new Twitch account. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that or not because it means it probably means I would have to drop Rumble. And even though Rumble doesn't get me that many viewers, eventually it will in the long run. So I don't know if I want to automatically just dump Rumble or not, or find some other way. And another way I could do it though probably is I could probably get some sort of plugin which would allow me to dual stream to both restream and to Twitch or vice versa or however you want to say it. But that also means I have to downgrade the bitrate and a few things to be able to stream to all three, because then I'm streaming to two deals, and I only have about 10 megabit upload. I got 400 download, but only 10 upload, and it hasn't changed ever since I got the internet here. Uh, since what 20? It was December 2019 that it moved into this house. So I don't know. Either I could stream with the reduced like bit rate for each deal. I can act like it's two though instead of three, because restream is one, and then whatever else I do, whatever other one that I do, what will still have to compete with it. And I don't know if it's best to do that with Twitch or Rumble. Maybe it might be better if I stream to Rumble independently, and I stream to Twitch and YouTube via restream. That might be better. Then I could set the Rumble stream details, lower resolution, lower frame rate, um, and I'll have to see though. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go ahead and did I not make the changes here? There we go. Not editor map, the script. Yep. Moved, commented, uh, code. Okay, commit, push. I thought Twitch had changed their policies recently. I have no clue. I just signed up for the daily. I haven't even really looked into what they've done lately. It used to be, I think, I don't know if you could multi-stream, or like they had strict things against multi-streaming. Like you had to do some specific things. Pardon me. Some specific things in order to be able to multi-stream via Twitch. But I think supposedly they got more relaxed. I think. But then I keep hearing about how much worse Twitch is now later. But mostly it's just like with regards to their ads. Supposedly there's so many more ads on Twitch than there is like on YouTube and stuff. So, and supposedly since you don't really have recorded streams in Twitch, supposedly it's really good for getting people like in the moment, and like that already know you. That discoverability is much better on YouTube, supposedly. And then with YouTube, you got the added ability that people can watch your streams, your recorded streams, whereas Twitch, they can't watch them again unless you like paid for. I think there's something you can pay for that allows you to save streams, but YouTube automatically does it. So okay, so let me do something else here. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find any more door stuff. There should be, yeah, there's about half as many uh things about the doors. Currently selected room doors. Got clear. What is this? On remove room button. Explicitly clear the doors array. Okay, so if not currently selected, room return. Set the removal flag. Disconnect the selected chain signal to prevent it from firing during removal. Clear the editor selection. Get the room's ID and locate the files. Has no ID. Removing from scene only. Else remove rooms.append room ID. Explicitly Clear the doors array to ensure consistency. Clear. For a child in currently selected room, that get children, currently selected room, remove child. Child cube free. Get parent is equal to rooms. Currently selected room owner dot null remove rooms that remove child. Currently selected room. Currently selected room. Yeah, that should just be a room because it's through the rooms. Billy. Currently selected room. Remove doors. So this is something that the room should do. Room child queue free. Currently selected room. Get children. There's a thing here. I don't want it accessing the doors directly, or even this. Removing. If it's something to do with the room, the room should do it. And it'd be visual room. It would be so it'd be in visual room, and that is clear inbound rooms, rebuild doors. Hmm. Remove all the children when you remove the room. Okay. Move. Uh, Let me see here. Remove child. Remove child. That's just HBox. Check lines container. That's fine. Update door visuals. Uh, Create doors from specs. Update door. Okay, so I need a clearing. I need a function that actually clears rooms here. That's what I need. And interesting. Um, oh, Okay, so this. All right, so when I actually remove it in the editor map, I just want to do this one last thing here for as far as yeah. So this is actually this has to do with the the room that you're removing. So you're removing the child. You're removing the room here, right? Rooms. But first you want to remove the children. You want to clear the doors. You want to clear the doors array, and then you want to actually remove the children from it. And so I should be able to currently selected room, currently selected room. I should be able to remove everything from from the room, like up the doors. See, child in currently selected room. Get children. Okay, this is the doors array. These are the actual doors and the other nodes. There's actually, I think there's like more child nodes, right? So these are the containers. So this is a room, and then this is a door. Or there's several doors, but this is a door, and then the visuals inbound and the lines container are children. So visually, we're just clearing out all the children. So that should just be in um, visual room. Resort doors. Okay, so let's do here. Funk. Oop. I guess remove children. Let's call it remove children, I guess. Let's do something here. Let's do this. Do that. That. And remove children. Okay. Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and indent. And let's go ahead and say, I guess I need to copy it directly from editor map. So let's do that right here. Control C, and then there's a room. We'll say Control V, even though self that doors self that doors that clear child and self that get children currently selected room. That's also got to be self. So we have that, and then okay, so all right. Let's go back to the editor map, and let's go ahead and currently selected room dot remove children, and we'll just do that. Okay, room is not a child of the rooms node. Okay, let's Control K this real quick, and let's go ahead and go back to visual room, and wait. Oh, see, do something here. Okay, clear the doors, clear the children. Okay. All right, I have to change this here a little bit. Okay. Dot move children. Okay. All right. I know what I did wrong. That is this. These are supposed to be. There we go. So if I'm right, it'll work the same as it should work. Reload save scene. No errors in there. Let's go to 2D. Let's go ahead and this. We're going to go ahead and remove this. Although I'm not going to save it, so let's see if this works. Boom. Control Z. No. Reload save scene. Okay, good. All right, and then see, I should have been done already. Uh, let's go back to script, and we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna delete these here. So, let's see, moved room clearing into visual room.gd. Room.gd, connect domain, commit domain, push origin. It's gonna work. It is going to work. Good. Okay. Let's go back to editor map and let's go ahead and find door. Update door lines, doors, create door from specs. Update door visuals. Rebuild doors, door data. Okay, so we're actually using, okay. Okay. Clear rooms, children, e.g. the door nodes, exit tree. Child count, room.child get count, child in room dot get children. That's actually okay. If room is visual rooms, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, let's do something here. Uh, this is just the door node, so it should be fine. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna do room dot remove children. So that's on exit tree. And I shouldn't have any problems with this, I think. So reload save scene, right? Okay, let's see some here. Give 1 through 10. That's all right, I guess. 5, 6, 7, 8, Okay, 10 is up there. Okay, that's fine. Cerulean 1, Cerulean 2, 99, get the dragon mount. And sky doesn't work, doesn't do anything, and this goes somewhere else. Okay. I guess that's good. All right. So that's probably okay. In fact, let's do one more thing here. Let's save this. Let's go ahead and close this. All right. Let's go ahead and reopen it. No errors. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and check door again. All right. Okay. Update lines for all rooms. That have this room as destination inbound lines. Other rooms that get children. If other room does not equal room, and other room is visual room. For door in other room dot doors, if door dot destination is equal to room dot ID, other room dot update door lines break. Oh, this is the last thing to do, I think. Update door lines. Door in other room dot doors. The doors array. Other room in rooms dot get children. Is visual room for door and other doors. If door destination is equal to room.id, huh? Room.update door lines. Other room.update door lines. Huh. This is something I probably want to find a way of update lines for all rooms that have this room as a destination. So this actually loops through all. Huh. Update lines for room and dependence. That should actually be a function in the visual one too, I think. It's already 4. Oh, I can count this. I think I should probably call it a day now. I should have been done earlier, but it's because oh, mail. All right. Um, I'll just leave it. Okay, so I got to do my recording here real quick before I shut down. So let's start recording. Today is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. And today, what did I get done? Um, oh, that reminds me. I have to actually, here, I'm gonna have to copy some of this still. Right. So what I did today was, had a discussion with ChatGPT on helping me figure out this whole thing about the two routes, the mailbox route versus the spellcasting route. And so there's a couple of things. One is that the swapping scene happens before the choice for the mailbox, and um, the swapping scene is going to happen before the choice between the mailbox and the spellcasting, and it's going to show the books swapping so that you actually can see the books. You don't know what it means until you encounter them. If you choose the mailbox scene, then you'll actually get John actually gets to examine the book and everything. If you take the spellcasting scene, you won't, but you'll be talking to the cashier of the convenience store and mentioning how this odd book showed up in your library about unicorn sign language, which you thought was really weird and off. And then also there's a passage of time, being that mailbox is slow and reliable, you'll get to go home. A day will pass before you actually get the ticket and go into the portal. And then, of course, the spellcasting is supposed to be instant. It will involve some steps, and that's how we'll work that. Anyways, that's about what I got done here. I did a little bit of coding though. And actually, okay, so I did a little bit of shoot, how long is this recording going on? 2 minutes already? Okay, well, that's okay. I'm just gonna have to try to shorten it when I do that. Okay. Um, maybe I should start this over. Start it over. Um, yeah, let's stop recording. Let's restart the record. Let's start a new recording. Start recording. Okay, today is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. Today I had a discussion with ChatGPT about the ongoing problems with um, the two methods to actually, I don't know. I have a hard time going through this, saying what I got done today. Let me try again. Okay, it's Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, and today I had a discussion with ChatGPT about the two methods in which the ticket is put into John's hands, and I decided that the Unicorn Sign Language books would be kind of foreshadowed by Hubert's magic misfire happening, which causes the books to swap briefly, so before you actually come to them. So if you choose the mailbox route, you actually get to read the book because it's in John's library. If you go the spellcasting route, you talk about the book to the cashier, so that later on when you encounter Sir William, you can kind of refer back to that fact. And then, of course, you show a passage of time being slow but reliable, and Hubert being impatient, and you go back and forth between Hubert and John. And on the spellcasting route, of course, you have all those kind of shenanigans, and he finally gets him a working ticket that he can open the portal to. And then I actually split up. I renamed 8 9 to 9 to 10. I put 8 in here I split 7 up into 2 deals so that this one will be um, where he picks John and he gets ready to send the ticket over. This is also where the book swapping happens, and then here is where he'll actually um, give you the choice um, of which way to go. And that's about what. Oh yeah, and then I also got some script. I also got some script stuff done. So basically, now this is the last bit here, but basically I removed the some commented stuff, and then I created this remove children function so that editor map isn't removing it. This is removing it, and so the like I said, the last one will be this this update lines thing, which will happen in the room visual room class. And so that's pretty much what I got done today. Okay, stop recording. Okay, that looks like a okay recording, I guess. I have to actually go into favorites. Let's see. Let's go to videos, OBS, clips. Okay, so I actually have Tuesday. Oh, these are all from today, right? 403, 406, 40639. And this one is, how long is this one? This one's at 228. All right. So we can probably remove these ones here. Delete. Delete. Okay. And that looks good. Okay, that's fine. All right, so that'll about do it for today. And I can't say for 100% sure, but I probably won't be here tomorrow because I'm summoned to jury duty, which means, okay. um, so this means I probably won't be streaming tomorrow because I have to go in early, and who knows how long it's going to take. Now, if I'm not chosen for jury duty, then I might be back early enough to actually do tomorrow's stream. But I might not be, and I might be picked for jury duty. Actually picked for jury duty, which means I might not be back for the whole day, or who knows how long it's supposed to, or when it's supposed to start, or anything. But yeah, so that about does it, and I will see you later. Okay, let's switch to thank you. Thank you for watching.